Aišku. Mes laukiam dainio vertėjų, jie toj pasirodys ir startuosim.
Teresa, we will start in a few minutes. Sorry, we are late. Welcome.
Ar jau galiu pradėti? Jau.
Rusai rodo taip, anglistai matau be ausinių. Tai anglai turbūt dar miega, bet kokia atveju.
Да. Напиши свое имя, фамилию по-русски. Да, сколько. Labas rytas. Labas rytas. Sveiki, labas rytas. Mėly forumo svečiai salėje. Visi tie, kurie negalėjo čia dalyvauti, bet gausiai prisijungė prie interneto.
Good morning, all our guests, and also participating online, and the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Paviljonis, representatives of NGOs, dear journalists, and all those who are concerned about journalism and journalists. We are here today
Žmogaus teisių dienos proga.
on the occasion of Human Rights Day.
Ir mes apie tai kalbėsime visi, nes
And
mums
we will be talking
žurnalistams
about
taip
that
pat labai rūpi, nes
because
mes
it's very
taip
important
pat
for us
žmonės.
journalists, because we're also
Tad,
human beings.
Pradėsime forumą ir kviečiame į forumą, kuris vadinasi
So let's start
Lietuvos
our
ir
forum,
Baltarusijos žurnalistų forumas,
which is called
skirtas
Lithuanian
paminėti
Belarusian
tarptautinei žmogaus teisių dienai.
Journalist Forum
Šio
on the occasion
forumo
of the
pavadinimas
International Human Rights
Žmogaus
Day.
teisių tema ir
And our topic
žurnalistika.
is
Šio
the
forumo
human
organizacija.
rights and journalism. The
Lietuvos
organizers of the
žurnalistų
forum
sąjunga ir
is the
Baltarusijos
Lithuanian
žurnalistų
Journalists Association and
asociacijos
Belarusian
renginio partneriai,
Journalists
Lietuvos
Association.
Respublikos Seimas
And our partners
ir
is the Lithuanian Parliament,
Friedricho
Seimas,
Herberto
and
fondas.
Friedrich
Šis
Herbert
forumas taip pat
Foundation.
transliuojamas
This
YouTube
foundation
kanale
is also
ir vyks
on YouTube
Lietuvių,
channel
anglų
and
ir
it will
rusų
be
kalbomis.
in Lithuanian, English and
Aš
Russian
esu
languages.
Ruslanas Iržikevičius,
I am Ruslanas
The
Iržikevičius,
Lithuania Tribune naujienų portalo anglų kalba steigėjas
Lithuanian
ir redaktorius.
Tribute
Mėlyjeji,
portal
Šiandien
editor-in-chief
minim
and founder
žmogaus teisių
of the
dieną.
portal. Today, on the
Jau
occasion of the
antrą dieną vyksta
Human
viršūnių
Rights Day,
susitikimas už demokratiją, kurį inicijavo JAV
We have
prezidentas
the
Bidenas.
summit
Prieš 3 savaitės Vilniuje vyko
initiated by President Biden,
aukšto
and
lygio
3
forumas
weeks ago
demokratijos
we had a high-level forum, The Future of
Ponas
Democracy,
Paviljonis buvo vienas iš
where
organizatorių.
Mr. Paviljonis was one of organizers.
Apie demokratijos ateitį reikia
So
kalbėti.
we need to talk
Reikia
about the
kalbėti
future of
garsiai,
democracy.
nes per
We
paskutinius
need to
15
talk
metų
loudly about it,
demokratijos
because in the
pasaulyje
last
mažėja.
15 years we have less
O
and less
ten,
of
kur nėra
democracy,
demokratijos,
and
liberalios
where there is no democracy, the
Ten,
liberal
kaip taisyklė,
democracy,
yra blogi
as a
reikalai
rule,
su žmogaus teisėmis.
there is
Ir
bad
ten,
situation
kur
with human
negerbiamos
rights,
žmogaus teisės,
and where
ten
human
beveik
rights are not
visada
respected.
persekiojami žurnalistai ir
Usually
ribojama
the
žodžio
journalists
laisvė.
are
Demokratija
restricted
ir
and
pagarba
human rights are
žmogaus
restricted
teisėm
and journalists persecuted.
Beveik visada
The respect for human rights
sąlygoja pagarbą žodžio
Usually
ir
means
spaudos
the
laisvei.
respect for
COVID-19
freedom
pandemija, geopolitiniai ir
speech
socialiniai konfliktai,
and
žmonių
press.
migracijos iššūkiai kelia daug klausimų.
Our challenges of today
žmogaus
raise many
teisių
questions
standartų.
about the standards of human rights.
Gerbiami kolegos,
Dear colleagues,
nors spaudos laisvės dieną paminėjome gegužės
we
mėnesį,
had our freedom of
norėtume
press
viščiukus
in
paskaičiuoti
May.
žiemą, tai yra
We would
šiandien,
like to count our
per
chickens
pasaulinę
in winter
žmogaus
today,
teisių
during the day
dieną.
of the International Human Rights Day.
Tad norėčiau pakviesti mūsų gerbiamus forumo dalyvius pasakyti sveikinimo kalbas. Tik
So I'd
prieš
like
tai
to
dar
invite some
prieš
of our
suteikdama žodį norėčiau
to say a
visus
few greeting
visiems
words.
priminti, kad
But before that,
šiandieną
I'd
po
like
renginio,
to remind
paskutinio
everybody
renginio dalyje,
that at the last part of our forum,
pabaigoje bus Baltarusijos žurnalistų asociacijos premijos Laisvas žodis
we
ir
will
Lietuvos
have the
žurnalistų
awards of
vilties
Belarus
laisvės premijų įteikimo ceremonija.
journalists,
Tai
free word,
visus
and the
kviesčiau joje
awards of
dalyvauti taip pat.
Lithuanian journalists. So
Tad
I
norėčiau suteikti
invite you all to participate
žodį
in
Seimo
this
Užsienio
ceremony.
reikalų
So first,
Komiteto pirmininkui Žygimantui
greeting
Pavilioniui.
speech
Prašom.
by Žygimantas Paviljonis, the Foreign Relations Committee Chairman. Thank you, Ruslanas,
Andrėjau,
Dainis, Andrei,
mėly draugai,
all dear
Lietuvos
guests
ir-
from
ir
Lithuania,
ypač iš Baltarusijos, man tikrai
and especially from
didelė garbė,
Belarus. Really, it's a great honor for me
Teisių dieną
today
pradėti
on
ją
the
su
International
jumis,
Human
nes
Day
tiesą
to
pasakius,
start it with
yra
you,
labai simboliška.
because definitely it's very
Kažkada
symbolic.
Vašingtone, kur ambasadoriavau, būtent
Once
muziejuje,
in
tai yra
Washington, where I was
žurnalistikos
in the,
muziejuje,
I was the ambassador.
paminėjimą
to the
mūsų
United
sausio
States.
13 mūsų
The museum had
pasipriešinimo ir pergalės
the
dienos.
forum
Ir tada su
on
žurnalistais Edward Lukas ir kitais
our Lithuanian
na, padarėm
resistance.
išvadą. Tada,
And
mes
with the
atkovojom
journalist
savo
Lucas and
laisvę,
others,
tada, kada
we
buvo,
had a conclusion that
sakyt,
when
Sovietų
we
Sąjungos
were
pabaigos
fighting
pradžia,
for
kai mes
our
savo kūnais
freedom
ir
at the end
sustabdėm tos
of
sovietų tankus
the
pirmą kartą istorijoje.
Soviet
čia, prie
Union,
šito
we
pastato,
stopped the Soviet
būtent žurnalistai
tanks just
padėjo tą
very
žinią
close to this
išplatint
parliament building,
pasauliui
and the journalists
ir atkovot,
helped us to
atkovot mums
beam
tą
this
laisvę.
news, this hot
Taip pat
news
simboliška,
around
kad
the
būtent
world.
šitas
And it's
parlamentas
symbolic that this
buvo
parliament
pirmasis savo plenariniai
was
sesijoje
the
įvardinęs
first one.
Lukašenką kaip
when
nelegitimų diktatorių.
It mentioned
Ir
Lukashenko as
padaręs
illegitimate
viską,
dictator.
kad iki šio momento
And this
visas
parliament
demokratinis pasaulis,
made everything that all the
aukščiausiu
democratic world
ką
at the
demonstruoja ir
highest
pakvietimas
level,
Tikhanovskajos į demokratijos
and
viršūnių
also the
susitikimą,
invitation of Tikhanovskaya to the
atsistojo
summit,
į laisvės ir demokratijos pusę. To nebuvo per visus
has
tuos,
been on the side
na,
of the
bent
freedom and
24
democracy.
metus, kiek aš pamenu, nuo 94 metų ar šiek
Which
tiek
has been
vėliau,
unique
visas
since
pasaulis tikrai
1994 at
nebuvo
least,
jūsų laisvės pusėje. Kai
when
Lietuva
all the
įstojo
world
į
was
Europos Sąjungą,
not on your side, on the side of the freedom. When Lithuania entered the European Union in 2004, we just were wondering why money was going to this sort of regime, but not for democracy. And then the first instruments came up at that time. And it's also symbolic that in this hall, we started the so-called Kalinauskas conferences, and we'll have the third conference at the day of the death of Kalinauskas, that is March 22nd, when he was killed a few hundred meters from this place. And here we'll have people like me, and in our parliament I'm also the leader of the democracy group, and the parliamentarians from all over the world who are trying to support your freedom. So to sum it up, we are really at a very important point of your fight for your independence, which is very important. And even in the books, in the Bible, it says that every human being chooses the side which he stands at. And now we can see the fifth and even sixth sanction packet, and it really is very close to us, and we can see like our agricultural people, our farmers reject the Belarusian fertilizers, which is a big income to the Belarusian state budget, to Lukashenko. And we hope we will definitely find a way to take these decisions to reject these fertilizer transportations, and I really believe that our parliamentary groups, together with me, we have this obligation that until the next elections, we'll definitely celebrate your free and democratic elections. And we have this important fight that starts now, and I believe that all of us will be victorious. And this is not only your fight, and this liberal democracy mentioned by Ruslanas today,
tarptautiniai konferencijai, kurią organizavo David Kramer, buvęs Freedom House vadovas.
As one of the conferences, David Kramer, the Freedom House leader, said that this fight is not going somewhere else, somewhere behind the borders. It's going on inside of all of us, and definitely we can see that less and less democracy we can find today. Only 13% of the population of the world live in democratic countries. So we need to really stop this tendency. And Belarus, for me also, it's like a test when we can see that freedom and democracy is suffering in this region, and if we can fight it back, it will be really a good sign, not only for Belarus, but for the whole region. So let us put our strength together, and in Lithuanians as well, and do everything that your freedom is really happening. Thank you very much, dear Chairman. I'd like to invite the Chairman of Lithuanian Journalists Association, Dainius Radzevičius, who is now joining us online. many people today are doing. Thank you, dear colleagues, and the chairman, Žygis Paviljonis, for your very good introduction with the big goals. I'd like to start with symbolic thing, that is with the dates that symbolize our obligations for all of us, also for journalists, of course. Well, 10 years ago, Lithuania, during Lithuania's presidency, and we really were hilarious, and I was happy that the safety of journalists became the priority in the European Organization of Cooperation. And I remember the first recommendations for journalists, which became the very good impulse, not only in Lithuania, but also in our European family. I want to talk about that as a very important topic in the 21st century. And it was very important for me that in 2018, after one of the discussions in Vienna, we had a very important informal initiative, that is these organizations strive for the support and defense of journalism, and I'm really happy that this initiative is still alive, and we're going on with it, watching the situation of journalists in our region, and we react to any suppression of journalists' rights and freedoms. And Lithuania was among those countries which decriminalized the freedom of speech and media. However, it's not on the mass scale, and the forum of today of Lithuanian and Belarusian journalists, it's a good way to pay attention that just a few dozens of kilometers away from our capital, our neighboring brotherly country, historically, we have colleagues who are not able to work in their own country. They have to flee and find refuge in a neighboring country. So I'd like to emphasize two things. International Human Rights Day is also the Day of the Journalists' Rights. We don't have to forget that dozens of our colleagues are imprisoned in our neighboring country, that hundreds of journalists are persecuted. This is not the topic of the past, this is the topic of today. And it's important that we will have several sessions to talk about the journalist standards and their implementation in our country. And this is a good way to show that this day is an everyday topic, not just the topic of this important day, that we don't have to forget all these battles and scandals. These are important topics for journalism, the topics of human rights. I'm online today simply because of this epidemic situation, and for solidarity's sake, I'd like to remind you that we need to remember the names of the colleagues who really sacrifice what is most important for them, that is their freedom and their health and sometimes their life. And I am really thankful to our partners and friends that we don't need to look only at our backyard, but also to honor our colleagues who sacrifice a lot for the rights of journalism around the world. And these symbolic awards or prizes that will be given today. This is the way to honor our colleagues and the way of becoming of higher solidarity, to implement higher solidarity among us. I don't want to speak much more about the opportunities for journalists to use the state registers information and so on. I'd like all of us not to forget two things. Our international community can and must do more to pay more attention to our basic values, and I believe that Mr. Morgans and our colleague from European Cooperation Organization, they will also reiterate, I'm sure, that by fighting for our independence, we also fight for democracy. Thank you very much, and I wish you all success. Thank you very much, Dainius. And I'd like to invite now for a leading speech the chairman of the Journalist Association of Belarus, Andrei Bastanets.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги. Я очень рад тому, что мы сегодня смогли здесь встретиться.
Good morning, dear colleagues.
Очень рад видеть.
I'm happy that we can meet today. I can really happy to see some of our colleagues. Really, we have to go abroad and work in different countries. And this is a kind of difficult situation and curious situation when the journalists of Belarus, it's easier to come and meet here in the Lithuanian parliament than in the Belarusian parliament. I'm sorry for the word parliament referring to Belarus. We had a special issue of our journal called Abajur that was dedicated to the situation of the media in Belarus and Lithuania. And I wrote there that Vilnius is the closest city to Minsk. It's closer to Vilnius, just 170 kilometers, 2.5 hours drive. It's closer than any other regional center in Belarus. However, in political sense, this distance can be measured by years or maybe decades. And we can see the situation is deteriorating. My colleagues yesterday were trying to get from Minsk to Vilnius, and they had to spend 17 hours when the main roads are blocked, and we need to go through Russia, for instance. And some people are going through Istanbul to get to Vilnius. And of course, it's then difficult to talk about our distances in kilometers and hours. In political sense, there is an abyss between us, and I'm really happy that the Lithuanian colleagues are stretching their hand to us through this abyss. And I have to remind you also that there are 31 journalists behind the bars today in Belarus, and most of them are friends and very good acquaintances, and they're my friends, of course, and the matter is not in the numbers, but it's the human beings, the very good human beings that we have to remember them. And remind everybody and to show this situation in which the Belarusian journalism is in today. And it's naive to believe that in the country when human rights are broken every day, of course, these people are clearly repressed and the rights violated. And today, on the 10th of December, on the Day of Human Rights, we have to remember it, that the human rights have to be followed. And we clearly see that these human rights are clearly violated in Belarus. So thank you very much once again for the organizers, our Lithuanian colleagues. And I believe that we'll be able to go on discussing this topic today. Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much. Thank you for your participation.
Хотел бы я сейчас перейти на литовский, taip tai
norėjau
pranešti, kad pradedam pirmąją sesiją.
We start our first session.
Labai laiku viską pradedam ir
kadangi matau jau mūsų on a timely basis, according to our agenda, and I can see that the first session, people are ready. So the general standards and their implementation during the global crises. This is the title, according to our program.
Mūsų svečias, kurio mes labai laukime, ir tada aš perinu į anglų kalbą. Hi, Morgens, can you hear us? Hello, Morgens. Yeah, if you can unmute. I think you're muted. No, not yet.
Here we are.
Oh, here we are. Hello. Hello, Morgens. So I will just say a short introduction that you are Morgens Blicher Bieregod, President of the European Federation of Journalists. And Morgens, we spoke on the 6th of May, which we celebrated in Lithuania. We have two days of media, press freedom, and since this is a Lithuanian, this was a Lithuanian Media Day, Media Freedom Day, so we spoke on that occasion, and I'm very happy to speak to you again. And we are really looking forward to your presentation, since we would like to find out how the international organizations could help and could contribute, and what tools they can offer to help the keeping the human rights for the journalists to do their work in Lithuania and Belarus everywhere. So we are looking forward to our presentation. So the screen is yours, Morgens.
Okay, thanks a lot. And thank you for this invitation. There's some extra sound here. Okay, I think it's okay now. Thanks a lot. I would like to talk about 4 different topics here when we talk about this. The first one is safety, that you are talking very much about, and which is always in the core of what we are dealing with. The other one is what has happened during the COVID, because this is also quite important to look at. The new technology and the challenges, and finally about working conditions, because it is often forgotten when we talk about the journalists' possibility to do their work. Then working conditions are for most organizations forgotten, because you don't get to that point. But it is more important that you normally would think. And I promise to get also to some solutions and some ideas on how to deal with all these things. Just starting with safety. One of the key problems when we talk about safety of journalists and safety, not only for journalists, but for many other professions, this is the rhetorics coming from the top of the society. The rhetorics coming from state leaders, because word matters. And when we have a situation in some European countries like Hungary, like Poland, lately also Slovenia, and you unfortunately see it in more and more countries. You have state leaders, you have governments being harmful to journalists, to media, not really understanding why is it so important to have free and independent media, and why is it important to make it possible for journalists to work freely. And all this environment has created the SLAPP system, the systematic lawsuits against public publication, that the EU is trying to solve by a new directive. The problem about this directive that they have is that it is only dealing with cross-border harassments, cross-border SLAPPs, not those who are taking place inside the countries, which is 95% of all SLAPP cases. And you think those such SLAPP cases are only taking place in some Central Eastern Europe, but that's not true. It also takes place in other countries. Actually, in my own country, in Denmark, we have 2 SLAPP cases, one for journalists and one for academics. And I'll come back to that. We have seen also this environment has created violations during demonstrations. We have seen journalists being attacked, because journalists are the messengers. But what you often see in any society, the messengers are always attacked, and journalists are attacked during those demonstrations and not protected by the police as should be. We saw it in Georgia, how a demonstration ended up in 55 injured journalists, and one of them died. We have had some more killings the recent years that we would believe that we would have in Malta, Slovakia, Georgia, Greece, Northern Ireland, Netherlands. We wouldn't have foreseen that just a few years ago, that we in EU countries would see killings of journalists because of their job. So what do we do? What are the vaccines to this? One of the vaccines is actually what happens the very day to day, namely that the Nobel Peace Prize is given to 2 journalists. This is significant that journalism in that way is respected by the Nobel Prize. This should actually turn on lights. This should turn on new possibilities all over the world that we now see this. It should be a thing that makes government, makes everybody to understand how important free media and free journalism is. Then the second thing I want to say here is, and then I'm coming back to the starting point about the state leaders. This is the national action plans. We have got the UN Plan of Action for Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. One of the tools is to make national action plans. And why is that important to make national action plans? The importance is that you involve the authorities to let them take their responsibility when it comes to safeguarding journalism and journalists. We are just in Denmark, where I'm coming from, we are just about agreeing. We have actually agreed on a national action plan now, and we hope it will start on the 1st of January. And you would say, why is such a country like Denmark? Why do you have that? They should have it in the Netherlands, and they have a plan in the Netherlands also. And because this is, and we should have it in all countries. Because then you involve the authorities, you involve the police, you involve the judges, you involve the prosecutor, you involve the ministries together with media and journalists to make a common language about this, to find the trends and take care of them when they're there. I think this is important. And by having that, you will also have a place where journalists always can submit their alerts, submit what happens, so it can be taken care of. in cooperation. This is important. And then there's another thing going on right now, and this is another initiative. This is a cooperation among journalists, artists, and academics on freedom of speech, on their freedom rights. And in particular, during COVID, we have seen how important it is that both academics and journalists have their freedom. Academics, the freedom for research. It has it's so important, and where you have where you have academics that have self-censorship. This is problematic, and for journalists as well. And that shows how it's important that we work together. So this is another cooperation that UNESCO has taken such an initiative, and there's just on the way a new report on this on how to deal with that. That will be launched. It should actually have been launched today, but because of the COVID situation in Paris, it's not possible. And then going to the COVID situation, where you also have seen journalists being prevented from doing their job because some leaders, some authorities have used the COVID situation to prevent journalists to go into hospitals to make reports because they don't like to get the real thing out. The positive thing during the COVID is that demands for professional media has increased significantly. We have for many years never seen such a demand for professional media. And that tells us how important it is also to support professional media. And I believe that we need more state support for media, but it should be in a way where you have the principle of arm's length must be kept. If you cannot do that, of course, you cannot put state money into the media. But I'm often thinking about, is it better to have oligarch money in the media than have state money in the media? The media need you need to feed the media so you can have a pluralistic media society, media landscape. So we have to find ways, and I think we need to have a total overview of existing support systems around Europe to know a bit more how could we develop on this, and how could we develop so new startup could come on, new local media could start. We need new sort of resources to rebuild a pluralistic media landscape. This is incredibly important. Coming to the new technology, I mean, we have in so many conferences, so many times we have talked about how to fight disinformation, and you're dealing with this as well. We're all dealing with that. For me, just to make this very short, because we've discussed it so many times, it's about education. It's about strengthening the educational institutions. It is about media literacy and self-regulation. Those three things in combination. And when we talk about self-regulation, we have just in the European Federation of Journalists made two projects on media councils or press councils. It's called differently, but it's the same. And it is about the last one was about how do we deal with new technology? How do we make sure that the new technology is reflected in the ethical standards? For instance, AI. For instance, the artificial intelligence. Because how do we deal with that artificial intelligence? What I would suggest when we talk about that is that you invite in IT experts to the newsroom, because they need to learn about what is journalism, what is ethical journalism, before they are coding and making the algorithms. Today, you have a lot of algorithms made by people that don't know anything about ethics. They don't know anything about human rights. They don't know anything about what is the need for media, for journalists. So this is a very practical way to improve the situation when it comes to AI. And finally, about the working conditions, I see my time is running out. Finally, about the working conditions. It makes a difference that you have good conditions, that you are able to make a living out of being a journalist. If not, you are in such a vulnerable situation, and that makes it also very dangerous to be a journalist, because then you easily have to do some other job to make a living out of what you're doing. You have to survive. Journalists have to survive also. So if you have good working conditions, then you also have good possibilities to do your job, good possibilities to make investigative journalism, good possibilities to provide the citizens with what they need from the media. So this is incredibly important. And a very new thing coming up now is new guidelines from the EU Commission for freelancers, which allows those guidelines, if they are adopted as they are now, they will allow us to make collective bargaining for freelancers. That journalist unions can bargain on behalf of their freelancers, and you can make a much more equal situation between freelancers and the companies. This is incredibly important. There are also some new presumptions rules coming up for, but that's only count platforms. But it should be widened up to more to a greater part of the workers. The very important thing is here to create a way to make social dialogue and to urge all countries to provide an environment to have good social dialogue, because it also makes us a stronger society, and it has it's a benefit for society if you have a good social dialogue, because everybody wins from it. I think that was. I think I filled out my time now. So thank you for inviting for this very interesting conference.
Thank you, Tak Mogens, and it was very interesting to hear how it looks from Denmark, how it looks from the European journalist elite, shall I say, because we really need this fresh outlook. We need to see, we can't just be enclosed in ourselves. We need to see what is happening in the world, because this is the way to our future. We need to look to the world for best ideas and best practices. So we're going to another foreign location, and I would like to invite Ms. Teresa Ribeiro, who is representing Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and she's representative on freedom of the media. So Teresa, can you hear us?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, so the microphone and screen is yours.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here with you, especially because it's today is the Human Rights Day, and nothing better to celebrate it than having meetings like this one, as that remind us that freedom, press freedom, media freedom, is really at the core of our democracies and are absolutely indispensable if we want to have democratic systems. So thank you very much for inviting me. The right to seek and receive and impart information is one of the fundamental human rights and the cornerstone to democracy. Of course, this includes the right to unbiased, reliable information. Its realization requires professional journalists and quality media performing their duty, having to fear for their own security and without hindrance and harassment. This entails an obligation on the part of the states, as it was mentioned by the previous speakers, to create an enabling environment which protects journalists rather than constrains their work. While this is a basic premise, it is unfortunately not always the case, as we have been witnessing these days. As I stated on many occasions, media freedom is on a steep decline in the OSCE region, with journalists less free and less safe in carrying out their professional duties. While this is a concerning trend across the region, the picture is particularly bleak in Belarus, where journalists and other media professionals are detained, arrested, fined, and criminally prosecuted. Media outlets are closed and forced into exile. Equipment is being seized and funding sources cut off. The legal framework is changed towards drastic curtailment of media freedom. And this situation has been on top of my agenda since the beginning of my mandate. I also continue to be in touch with Belarusian journalists, and I want to underline how much I admire their courage and their professionalism. Not only in Belarus, but throughout the region, violence against journalists continues unabated. Over the last few months, 5 media workers were killed, and many others are being subject to physical and psychological violence. One particular concern are gender-specific threats that often lead to self-censorship among women journalists and are negatively impacting on pluralism and diversity of views and voices in the media. My office has been working on the safety of women journalists online and has published a comprehensive software resource guide on how to improve the digital safety of women journalists. On top of that, media are increasingly subject to legal harassment when the justice system is abused by authorities, companies, and powerful individuals in order to intimidate journalists and undermine media financially. I therefore decided last month to issue a report on this topic, which aims to provide general guidance to the OSCE participating states regarding their related commitments. Next, to discuss issues of extremism and terrorism charges under public law and abusive private lawsuits against journalists and other media workers, the report is once again calling on all participating states to decriminalize defamation claims. I will keep working with the participating states to achieve this important goal. In this atmosphere of growing distrust of media, I observed the re-emergence of political walls and red lines established by authorities who increasingly strive to control sources and flows of information. Across the region, cross-border journalism is increasingly difficult because participating states do not let journalists from abroad to carry out their duties, imposing bans, travel restrictions, and labeling them as foreign agents. And such restrictions in one state are emulated by others, creating a dangerous trend. In the name of security, many governments react with blanket restrictions against media. The ongoing refugee crisis on the Belarusian, Polish, and Belarusian-Lithuanian borders involved a number of controversial decisions restricting access to the border areas. Let me dwell on this key point. Governments restrict access to certain areas or otherwise hinder independent reporting in the name of security, but as a result, the population is deprived of reliable information. We just heard from the president of the European Federation of Journalists how the governments are doing the same regarding COVID. And unfortunately, it had a very, very bad impact. In times of fake news and manipulative content, spreading freely through social networks and manipulative content, spreading freely through social networks. Professional media are more than ever indispensable for the general public to make informed decisions, not to succumb to fake news and fear-mongering, and retain social trust and cohesion. This is why I'm particularly pleased to hear about improvements in the access of journalists to border areas in Lithuania. I'd like to take this occasion also to address the problem of disinformation that was already mentioned by the previous speakers. This is one of the central topics occupying the minds of authorities and the general public, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Certainly a major threat to the integrity of our societies. It is not to be fought with more restrictions, which can be evaded but by fostering a free and vibrant media ecosystem, promoting quality journalism and protecting our pluralistic media landscape. In this regard, the transformation of state broadcasters into public service media will increase the quality of content and the trust of the public. In addition, and also echoing what has been said, we need to promote media literacy, which is why I have decided to launch a multi-year project to this end. Dear colleagues, in 2022, we will celebrate the 25th anniversary of the RFOM mandate. For this occasion, I have chosen the slogan, "No security without media freedom," which underlines the role of media freedom as a prerequisite to peace and stability in the OSCE region. This is why, in fulfillment of my mandate, I will continue to speak out against interpreting media freedom as a threat to national security, reminding the participating states of their obligation. Let me just conclude with wishing you a productive discussion, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Teresa. And if you don't mind, I would like to ask a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Do you think that Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, do you think it's doing enough to, push, ask, and demand from Mr. Lukashenko to respect more, to to be more civil towards the journalists, towards media in Belarus? Do you have any more tools to press him?
Thank you for this question. This is a very important one. And of course, I understand the expectations regarding OSCE, in which respects Belarusian. From my side, representative on freedom of the media, my big concern since day one of my mandate, I took office on the 8th of January, and on the 11th of January, I was already trying to get in touch with the authorities. At the same time, what I have been doing, I think one of my most important tools is my voice. It's what the Americans used to say, the right to the pulpit. And what I'm trying to do is precisely highlighting the bleak situation regarding media freedom in Belarus. Trying again and again to have an entry point with the authorities. For the first time, I had a meeting during the ministerial conference that took place last week. I had the first conversation with the Minister McKay. So it was okay. It's a contact that it's a channel that is open. Not that I'm really hopeful about this conversation, but you know, I need to try everything. And at the same time, of course, I'm always in contact. I'm also in contact with Belarusian journalists, which I think is very, very important. So I have made quite a lot of public statements regarding the situation in Belarus, and this is what I can do as representative on freedom of the media. Of course, this is within the framework of my possibilities and my capabilities. But of course, let me assure you that I'm very, very focused on the situation, because the situation is an extreme one. It's in a scale that we have never seen before, apart from some countries, of course, outside Europe. But this is a really extreme situation, definitely. And thank you for your question.
Thank you so much for your answer and for your presentation and for all the work you do. So thank you so much. Kągi, grįžtam į mūsų salę.
Okay, now so we're coming back to our hall. I'd like to invite Ms. Dania Korovenkova, representative of the Belarusian Journalists Association, who will tell a few words about the situation with the Belarusian journalists. Tanya, the word is yours. The floor is yours. Good morning. I'm really happy to see many colleagues whom I have not seen for several months due to our situation in Belarus. It's difficult to speak about the safety of the Belarusian journalists because during the last few years, our journalists are exposed to repressions and unprecedented pressure. And we can work only beyond Belarus in terms of the safety of our journalists. And our colleagues who are still staying in our own country, they're exposed to arrests, criminal charges, and so on. And of course, it's reflected in their physical and psychological situation, because everyday stress means that at any time armed people can come by force into your apartment and they can arrest you for at least 15 days, and then you could go for a criminal trial, like one of our journalists just were put for 15 days incarcerated, and now criminal charges were brought against her. And other colleagues who left Belarus, they show a high level of professionalism, and even beyond their country, out of their country, they really able to find the heroes within the country, and they go on to inform the Belarus people and the international community about the horrors that are happening in Belarus. There was a country where the OSCE is doing enough to protect the journalists. I would say that in principle the OSCE and other international organizations have illusions that they can negotiate with the Lukashenko regime. They can talk with him by diplomatic means and to assure them that they're doing wrong. I believe this is a great mistake to think like that, because people who are doing all this terror in our country, they understand perfectly what they're doing. It is their choice in order to preserve their power, and for that they can sacrifice the health and lives of other people who do not agree with them. And they do not understand the diplomatic speech, the diplomatic method that you can apply in negotiations. And you can promise anything to them, and the repressions will go on. And my colleagues in Belarus will suffer, they'll be persecuted. 31 journalists in Belarus today are behind the bars, are imprisoned, and no negotiations help to set them free or make the situation better. And indeed, I'm not sure that just, talking and persuasion might help us in this situation. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And indeed, it's really horrific to listen to such words and about what's going on next door to us. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Šarūnas Černiauskas. Hello, Šarūnas. I'd like to invite you. He is head of the Center for Investigative Journalism called Siena, or the Wall. And Šarūnas is working a lot with the Belarusian topics, and yesterday he had a very interesting journalistic investigation about Lithuania and Belarus on the business side. Okay, Šarūnas, the floor is yours. Which language I should choose? Probably in Lithuanian, because we have translation, and that's no problem. Okay, I will start from afar. My first contacts with the journalists in Belarus started perhaps in 2014, when a number of colleagues from Belarus asked for some trainings from us, and there was a question, what happens when you write something when the regime doesn't like it? And the colleagues said, nothing special, they just closed down the newspaper. And that was the reality, and it's still like that, and it started to be even worse. We work a lot with colleagues from Belarus, and we face it directly, what Tanya was telling about us before me, and those people really show what's happening in Belarus, and they suffer due to repressions and persecutions. And these people just, lose their motherland. We use directly with the Belarus Investigative Center, and we know when a colleague from Belarus came to Vilnius for a couple of weeks to work with us, and then the whole television, Belsat, was just declared extremists, the enemies of the state. And the colleagues still working with us, very good journalism, we're happy to work with him. But situation is like that, and they just have lost their motherland. And so all negotiation talks with the regime yield no results. And actually, we found out what is the power of information. The people from Belarus, they went on the streets demanding for justice because they had proper information. And then the regime, as we saw it, was afraid. And the same incident happened with Roman Protasevich. We can have different opinions about what he has been doing lately. Most probably he was giving a simple choice, either that or death. And he's not the only one. So the safety situation is really horrible. People are in great danger. They have to flee their own country, and those who stay, they risk even much more. The regime actually experienced the power of information. That's why they take all measures to restrict this information and just to share this information from the so-called extremist channels. Really, one can be put to prison. And the repressions are directed not only at journalists, but also to those who are using this information, who disseminate this information, and they are supposed to be dangerous to the regime. And physical safety is something I experienced a lot myself. And it's not only about the repressions, the arrests. There are other things like infiltration of the media. There are people who are using undercover agents, and it's also people who follow these journalists, stalkers. You know, journalist Bitul Shushov, what happened to him, and most probably we believe that what happened to him was directly related to Belarusian regime. So there is a big spectrum of the tools that we can do. We are talking about the support for the journalists in Belarus, whether inside the country or outside it. Of course, it's very important. Also, it's important to strengthen the physical safety of journalists who are doing the trainings for the people so that they could use the safer communication means of communication. Well, that their own internal communication would be safer, and it's important also to safeguard their own internal information, their own information tools, the computers, so that this information is also secured. We're talking not only about the journalists, but also the safety of their sources. And we had investigation about the sanctions and all that, and we saw that, that some people in Belarus businesses were detained as foreign agents, so that journalists in Belarus have double difficulties to protect not only their own safety, but also the safety of their sources, because those people also risk a lot, even sometimes more than the journalists themselves. So we need to take care of those people too. And like also to reiterate what Teresa was telling about the situation at the border. What do we see from the side of the European Union countries, member states? We can see that they closed down their borders and also restricted the information on the borders. And we can see on the Belarus side that they take American journalists and to the border, and of course they show what they want to show. And we made a lot of mistakes. That was big mistakes. And like also to draw attention to this one. The propaganda of Belarus is financed to a big extent by international corporations and the Western world. If we say that we want to fight disinformation and we want to have more truth from Belarus, why don't we do anything about that? Why we introduce sanctions for personal people, but not for propaganda channel of the Belarusian state. Of course, this is very important, and that could be very painful to the regime. However, this aspect is just, not noticed by international community. So the safety of journalists is really very important. We need to prepare the people, to train them, and communicate to them that this is a very serious issue. Because definitely you sometimes feel like a Wild West cowboy. And this is not true. The people are really very vulnerable, and the safety, your own safety, information safety, and the sources' safety is very serious matter, especially in Belarus. You need to invest in it, you have to provide infrastructure for it, and the training. And perhaps the last point that I want to draw your attention to is perhaps something that is not noticed very often. And of course, this is about psychological traumas. And we can see that there is a generation that has grown up during this dictatorship. And we can see that some journalists in Belarus, they lack trust to each other. They avoid cooperation, they avoid sharing information among them, and this is bad. Because perhaps it's my own philosophy, but I'm really sure that when there is a cooperation between the journalists or among the media, it's always better. We get better results and better journalism, and the dissemination of information is very important when you can have a much wider reach, when you have 4 or 5 channels. So this is something that we can really expand on, and this is something that the Belarusian journalism lacks today. It's important to share information and reach all the audience, and that should be the biggest priority. And I can see that Morgan's also raising his hand, so I stop at that.
Yes, Morgans.
Thank you very much, Rune. Yes, Morgans.
Would like to say something. Can we hear Morgans?
Yes, you can hear me. I hope so now.
Yes.
I really want to reiterate what's said now, because this is so important that the cooperation. Because I mean, Belarus is a chapter for itself when we talk about safety in Europe. It's so appalling. You have more of your speakers have told much more about that than I would be able to do at all. I just want to add a few. What we missed, and what we are the big fault in the EU was to accept Lukashenko's turn around when he started using migrants as his weapon, and we simply forgot everything about what happens with the citizens in Belarus, and only looking at the migrant crisis. So he succeeded in that. He's really smart, and it's absolutely right. You cannot negotiate with a guy like him. It's not possible at all. I was raising my hand also before simply to ask about the Moscow mechanism, because we tried to trigger it, but even that didn't help much. But what's said here, the cooperation is really important. And what's also important is that journalists not go alone, but also cooperate with writers. And I said before, cooperate with some of the academics who are also fired and had to flee the country. So we have a broader cooperation. I think this is important. And then we have to keep focus. I can just inform you that on next week, we receive a Belarusian journalist in my city for 2 years icon, as an icon city, a free city for a writer or a journalist. And we will use that to put focus on Belarus. And I know in other countries in Europe, in Germany, they have had fellowships for Belarusian. In Czechia, they have got 4 journalists trying now to rebuild Belapan and so on. But the cooperation is so important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Teresa, since a few commentators mentioned your speech, would like to say something.
Yes.
Can you hear us? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, Tanya, as well as Morgan's just mentioned, the negotiation with the regime. Talking with the authorities doesn't negotiate. On the contrary, is to underline that they are not respecting their commitments. It's completely different. Let's not, let's be clear on this point. And of course, we are not going to negotiate with the regime. But we need to underline to the regime and to remind the regime that they are not complying with their obligations, their commitments within the framework of this intergovernmental organization, which is OSCE. That's what I just wanted to clarify. I want it to be very, very clear because it's important. But thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you so much. And Tanya, я бы хотел вас спросить, а как вы...
Okay, Tanya, I wanted to ask you as well.
Ну, предложили делать.
What would you suggest to do with Mr. Lukashenko if you were in Teresa Morgan's place? They'll tell you secrets. Well, I believe that Lukashenko understands the regime of strict sanctions and not the sanctions against certain persons, but which are hurting the purses and the pockets of Lukashenko and his regime. They strip him of the income that could be used for repressions. I understand that OSCE does not create sanctions, but the position of OSCE that is trying to talk nicely to this hooligan. This is not a proper policy, and all the conflicts in the last years, I'm not talking about the Belarus only, but I'm talking about the Crimea and Georgia. The OSCE has not demonstrated big success in resolving these problems. And most probably this is a sign that somehow OSCE also needs certain reforms in terms of certain changes going on in the world in the last decades. Šarūnas, I wanted to ask you as well.
Yeah, super.
You're with us? Yes.
Kaip tu galvoji,
What do you think?
Ar Lietuva darom pakankamai, nes
Is Lithuania doing enough?
Sėkmingai padedam.
And are we successful indeed in supporting the Belarusian journalists. Yes, I know that a lot of things have been done by the Federation of our journalists and so on to support the Belarusian journalists. We're doing what we can do. Whether it's enough on the state side, I don't have information enough. But I know that with the help of our Federation of Journalists and NGOs, really a lot of journalists who have come to us, they're feeling safe in Lithuania. And I should say that we have to invest also in physical safety and strengthening of physical safety, and any analyst can say that the Belarusian intelligence is very active in Lithuania, and we need really to strengthen their safety so that avoid very difficult and dangerous situations. And I have to mention something else as well, like access to information. We're working with our colleagues from Belarus, and one of the directions is the Belarusian capital in Lithuania, or Lithuanian capital in Belarus. And there dirty relationships sometimes, and we can see that sometimes our data protection inspection is not cooperating and trying to conceal the data that they have to present this situation, the correct information and truth to Lithuanian and Belarusian societies, and they kind of terrorize our journalists, and sometimes it makes us very difficult to work, and this state kind of restrictions hampers the work of our journalists and the work of Belarusian journalists. And I can see also that Dinas want to say something. Yes, I just want to add one thing about what more we can do, and this is the leadership in the freedom of journalism. That depends also on individual countries. People were talking about international standards, but the standards are created in their own country. And we in Lithuania, we have done some mistakes, of course, and I believe there are big mistakes done on the immigration topic with the restriction of journalists to access the border zones. And we have to understand that it's very important to see the countries where human rights are really valued. And we have to be a good example to show how our human rights are honored here in Lithuania, and we're doing a lot in terms of leadership. Still, there are a lot of things to do, like access to information, including also the foreign journalists, so that they are accredited in Lithuania much easier, and they would have much easier access to any information, and this way any regime would not be able to, finger point at the democracies. And sometimes it doesn't cost much, just we need to change some legal acts to provide for it. And I'm happy to see some important members of parliament here, and I know that sometimes they can suffer because because of their good initiatives, but it's better perhaps, to suffer a bit, but to really fight for the right cause. And when I see Teresa here, I'm really happy that we have not only formal instruments, but also informal cooperation. And the group of journalists can also do a lot in their own countries, coordinating their own programs, helping the journalists who fled their motherland and came to their countries so they could find their refuge here, to find a roof over their heads, so that the municipalities were able to help them and understand the situation, help them with vaccination, for example. There are many practical things, and I believe that with the politicians we can find the ways of doing it properly. Thank you very much. Wanted to add something? Well, answering the question what Lithuania was doing for Belarusian people, I want to say many thanks for all the support that Lithuania is providing for all the journalists who had to flee their country due to the danger of incarceration and prosecution. And thank you very much to Lithuania for easing the procedures for coming into the country, for the visa procedures and so on, especially for the people who are coming to this country for political reasons. And I believe that the Belarusians will never forget that in this difficult period, Lithuania gave us a helping hand. And thank you very much for your kind words. And I believe this is a very good point at ending this session. And I invite you now for a coffee break. That'll be on the first floor.
And Teresa would like to say the final word.
Yeah. Final word for Teresa.
Sorry for delaying the coffee break.
Not at all, not at all.
No, but I would like also, I just wanted to clarify something which I think is important. I am not the OSCE as a whole. I'm the head of one institution of the OSCE, which is the RFOM, the Representative on Freedom of the Media, and I think this is very important. Unfortunately, we cannot say that, the institutions or the organizations are not doing enough. Unfortunately, these processes are very complicated, very demanding, and this is multilateralism, and we have to also trust in multilateralism, and knowing that sometimes, as in the past, there was a Secretary General of the UN that said, maybe it's not to lead us to heaven, it's to save us from hell. And this is very, very much true, and we need to be realistic. All the intergovernmental organizations have to do their best in this kind of situation, using all the instruments of that multilateralism really offers, and converging in their efforts. It's a long, unfortunately, it's a difficult and a long process, but multilateralism is what it is. And it's one of the best things we have in our world and political framework. Let's not forget it. Let's not say institutions are not doing enough. Organizations are not solving the problems. I know it's frustrating, but let's not to diminish the importance of multilateralism. This, I think, it's very important, and this was my last point. But thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for everything I heard. All the best in this Human Rights Day. Let's continue to fight for democracy, fight for press freedom, which is the cornerstone of our democratic systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to also just maybe remind that democracy is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And unfortunately, sometimes it takes longer to achieve things, but once they're achieved, they're long-term. So thank you once again, and norėčiau dar kartą priminti apie kavą.
So I'd like to remind you once again about coffee, first floor, and at 10 o'clock we're coming back here to continue with our session 2. And on your way to coffee break, you have a photographic exhibition by 2 authors which are exhibiting their photographs on the same topic. Journalists Zenkov and Skirpstas, Zenkov from Belarus, he is photographing nature, and the 2 authors are doing their presentation of Belarusian and Lithuanian nature landscape pictures. So, have a good coffee break. Thank you.
Проезжал мимо нашего дерева. Растет уже вот такое. Мой коллега сейчас.
Ну, рад видеть и приятно встретиться на такой площадке.
Да, вот отсюда, вот я был здесь в понедельнике, вот здесь вот сидел профессор Ландсбергис, в этом кресле, вот здесь сидел и норвежский посол тоже. Да, здесь очень, как говорится, важный голос.
Пункт управления литовской демократией.
Ну, можно сказать. А сейчас и белорусской.
Во многом. Идем на кофе, да?
Да. В первом этаже.
Liuks. Einu tada, gerai? 10, kai sueis, jau visi grinai kažkiek. Jo.
Labą dieną. Jūs kalbat lietuviškai? A nežinot šitos statulėlės tos, kur bus teikiamos? Kitų nematau, gal čia šitą. Ar čia gal ne šitas? Man sakė, kad čia turi būti, bet ar čia tos, ne tos? A, jo. Šitos. Tai gerai, tada reikia nusifilmuoti.
Sveiki sugrįžę į Konstitucijos salę.
Welcome back to our hall. I hope that you had a fantastic coffee and great discussions. I would like to start the second part of our forum. And we're going to speak about human rights and freedom of speech decriminalization and journalist solidarity. So without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Oleg Ageyev.
Oleg представителя Белорусской ассоциации журналистов. Олег, слово вам.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Добрый день, представители Литовской Республики.
The representatives of the Republic of Lithuania. Today, the 10th of December, all the world is celebrating Human Rights Day. In 1948, the Common Declaration on Human Rights was adopted, and during my presentation, I will tell you about how the norms of this international document is followed in Belarus. As you know, this declaration means rights for every citizen, and of course, the authorities or the state has to follow it. Belarus is the member of United Nations, and of course the rights of journalists in Belarus and how the human rights are preserved in Belarus. We are going to speak about it today. Of course, the professional right of journalists, which is guaranteed to everyone, is freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of information information dissemination, and this is the fundamental. These are the fundamental rights for each journalist, and this is how they can work in a professional manner. If we look at the list of political prisoners in Belarus, which is 909 persons, 31 of them are journalists, our colleagues, and it is formulated that they are political prisoners, and they are persecuted because of the realization of freedom of speech. I cannot name every of those 31 colleagues of ours, but their cases really tell us on what is happening in Belarus with journalists. Daria Shvetsova and Ekaterina Andreeva got 2 years detention only because they were live streaming from the protests, because one of the protestants was killed, and each of them were detained for 2 years. Denis Ivashin is already waiting for the court for 270 days, only because he has issued or published a series of publications how Berkut were employed in Belarusian OMON, and he is awaiting for the court, and he will be charged with treason also. Gennady Timoshenko was arrested only because he has issued materials on shooting during the search that KGB was conducting, where 2 people were killed. Only because of the fact of this publication, he was detained, he was arrested due to instigation, and so these are only several cases on what is happening with Belarusian journalists. If we we speak about other rights that have to be guaranteed to journalists. Of course, they have the right not to be tortured, and monitoring of our organization, Belarusian Journalists Association, have clarified 64 cases of violations, violence against journalists, torture against journalists, also during their professional endeavor. Also, we have recorded 3 shooting injuries and tens and dozens of cases when journalists were tortured, and also when they get to know that the person is a journalist, they were beaten even more. People were beaten when they got the information that they are journalists. Also, unbearable conditions are created during arrest and during detention for administrative assault, and while the person is waiting for the court. And also everybody who is following Belarusian news, we know those mass cases of unbearable conditions in prison. Each of us guaranteed the right that we are not going to be subject to detention. Only this year, 110 cases of journalist detention are reported. Last year, there were 5 times more. 481 cases of journalist detention during their professional work. Each of us guarantees, according to Article 10, the right to fair court. And in Belarus last year, 119 cases that journalists were detained due to administrative allegations. All of these cases, at least those that we have monitored, they are not according to the criteria of the court. And we have seen all those witnesses wearing balaclavas whose names are secret, and they are fraudulently witnessing and accusing journalists of something they have not done. So these are dozens of cases of detention, dozens of cases of fines without any fair court system. Then interference into the personal life and the right to non-interference. We have heard it today also that for journalists it is normal that they are being persecuted, that they are being monitored, and only search cases, journalists 145 this year, and last year 135 times special forces came to the houses of journalists or to the offices of editors, and these searches mean that the personal belongings are taken, money is taken, also the computers, smartphones are taken, and many of these searches come along with beatings during the search. Speaking about the right on Article 20 on the Declaration of Human Rights, this article guarantees every person on this planet the right to the association, the right to gatherings together with like-minded people in order to solve some common problems and issues. In Belarus, 30th of August, this was liquidated, and hundreds and hundreds of different other organizations, by the decree of the authority, they were made illegal in Belarus, and they were liquidated in Belarus. Also, it is very important to say that in Belarus, dozens and maybe even hundreds of information resources are blocked. Dozens, if not hundreds, of resources are claimed as extremist organization, and that they are dispersing extremist information. And unfortunately, their offices are being closed, and but journalists are are still working inside Belarus and, of course, involuntary outside Belarus because they have fled Belarus. Some of these resources, information resources, are still working outside Belarus. Some of them are working in hybrid mode, where some of the journalists who work inside Belarus, some of them work outside Belarus, but some of our colleagues are still keeping work in these very robust conditions, and they are still offering truthful information to Belarus society. The situation in Belarus is deteriorating due to the fact that inside the country we cannot effectively prove or effectively solve this problem. Those institutions that have to help journalists, they are only obstructing and only worsening the situation, and the courts are not fair, and we all know that courts are punitive measure, unfortunately, and in the democratic society, courts have to be fair, and they have to be democratic, and they have to work on human rights, not against them, but they unfortunately have become punitive in Belarus. And Belarusian media is working, notwithstanding this difficult situation, and our colleagues are still working very professionally and broadcasting truthful information to Belarusian society. I think it is also very important to understand that in these conditions, in order for people to have normal working conditions, what kind of help Belarusian journalists need. And according to the reports that our organization gets, there have been periods when medical aid was very much needed, when beaten journalists who had broken bones, they needed medical help. Many of the colleagues need psychological help. Those who have been tortured and who have experienced some violence, who have been stressed because of the investigation, interrogations and searches, they need psychological help. Those political prisoners who are imprisoned at the moment, they need paid lawyers, fines for journalists and for the editorship and for the bureaus are also a great burden, and very often if they do not pay these fines, their officers do not pay these fines, they cannot work. Many of the facts of seeking help have been registered. Also they need equipment, they need laptops, smartphones, because the equipment is being taken due to searches. Also, during the protest, a lot of equipment has been confiscated. And relocation is a huge problem, because those colleagues who have involuntarily fled Belarus, they need help on relocation. They need funds to pay for their living outside Belarus. And we are really thankful to international mechanisms. We are really grateful for the support that comes from the Republic of Lithuania, and of course the poll for journalists that our organization has organized. Lithuania is one of those countries where there are most journalists that have fled Belarus, and there are a lot of other people who are not journalists. Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine and Poland are four countries where there are a lot of Belarusians who have involuntarily fled their country. And of course this topic of our meeting is solidarity and support for those who are kept in prisons in Belarus and who are kept in conditions that can be considered as torture according to international mechanisms and according to international standards. Our colleagues need our solidarity. Very often, even a message, a text, a postcard, a letter is something, some ray of light that we can shed upon these people, and they will be very, very happy to get it when they're in prison. So I ask to support all of our colleagues that are in those inhuman conditions, and I will be very happy to get questions from you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're going to have discussion after the presentations. I would like to invite Ąžuolas Čikonavičius, the lawyer, Alex Valiūnas and partneriai, associated partner.
Labadiena visiems.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak Lithuanian. Thank you for your word. I am a lawyer, I am a lawyer, and I have been working in media and freedom of speech for many years, and I have been fighting for freedom of speech in Lithuanian courts and on the international arena. So what my colleague has said, we are hearing this as a terrible thing which is happening in the neighboring country, and where human rights are being obstructed. But we need to think about very important things, about legal framework, about conventions, about acts, legal acts, because of social and legal terms in general, because everything starts with the person and everything ends with the person. Who adopts conventions? Who adopts human rights conventions? Of course, people. People are the most important thing. People do this, and of course, people either solidarize and they do accept this legal framework or not. And looking at the experience of Lithuania and how the question is formulated for the discussion and the criminalization of freedom of speech, of course, in Lithuania we also have discussions. For example, is it good that in Lithuania, for example, some things are also criminalized and they are in the criminal court? For example, saying something untruthful about the person. So in Lithuania we also have criminal charges if we have some violations of freedom of speech. And so with the insignia that is here in this hall, we have the competence for the journalists to be charged with administrative charges, but of course every person can also protect his or her right against journalists if they give fraudulent information. So this is also some question. But in Lithuania we have a tradition, and we're saying that we have to decriminalize fraudulent information. And of course, for me as a practicing lawyer, I can see that the practice of our courts is such that criminal offense, yes, it is in the legal acts of the Republic of Lithuania, but this is an absolutely last resort when you cannot in any other ways protect your rights. So, for example, if somebody has experienced fraudulent information disseminated about this person, only the person can go to court, and only then, when it has been detected, only then the journalist can be accused according to the penal code. So, of course, in Lithuania, we were thinking about should we decriminalize fraudulent information or not. But this argument was still the argument was that we need to keep this atomic bomb, sort of, in our penal code so that we have it just in case. So it's good that we know about it. It's good that courts are fair in Lithuania, and every prosecutor, every investigator, every police officer knows about it, and every lawyer, such as myself, is saying that if my client, for example, is saying that this journalist has to face criminal charges for untruthful information, I am saying, look, we have to wait, we have to exhaust other measures. So we're all reacting very in a very speedy manner. But when we hear about searches in Belarus, yes, in Lithuania it could also be possible, but historically several searches have been made, and then all the society was against it, and all the journalist association was against it, and Grybauskaitė has introduced changes in the legal framework that we have to limit these searches, and we have to just think about security more. So, all in all, we have to focus, I think, on the thing that the media and the right to speech is not absolute, and the right to speech can be limited at some point, but it can be limited in every democratic state according to the constitution, and we cannot do anything about it. It is normal to some extent, but the question is how do we apply the legal acts, what rules do we take on board, and what people have the competency to decide where are the limits of the freedom of speech. And here is the environment for us to interpret. For example, journalist Černauskas said that sometimes they are obstructing us from working because there is also human privacy at stake. So again, the data protection is in place, but in some states, when we speak about with the fellow lawyers in other countries, they are saying that data protection law is not obstructing them from work. But in Lithuania, sometimes, as you see, my colleague is saying that data protection law obstructs fair journalistic professional work. So that means somebody is using it against the journalists, and it is very important to understand for us. Are we going to leave it in our criminal code or not? And most important thing is our intolerance to any violation of freedom of speech, and what keeps freedom of speech alive is very important, and it's very important that the media can exercise it. Because, as I have mentioned, if we decriminalize this untruthful information or fraudulent information dissemination, to my mind, it will not affect journalists until courts are fair in our state. Thank you for your attention. And this was Lithuania approach. I hope we are not going to have such things as happening in Belarus, but this is a way for everyone to think about it. Let's be happy that it is not happening in Lithuania, and let's not tolerate, let's have zero tolerance for such unfair actions. Thank you. This is a fantastic speech. We need to, of course, we need to speak about freedoms, but also journalists need to be protected about their freedom of speech. And although media sometimes are rivaling each other, but when we see that there is a threat to our freedom, a threat to the media, then journalists, they join. And in joint efforts, they fight, even for their rivals, because they know that if their rival is if rivals' rights are going to be violated, they are going to be next whose rights are going to be violated. And I think that in Lithuania, this is quite an interesting process, and media representatives cooperated together in joint action and didn't let their freedoms to be taken away. So Lithuanian, I think that is why Lithuanian media is strong. And of course, there always will be some problems in Lithuania. We also have some issues that we need to solve. But still, let's come back to Belarus. I would like to ask Irina Novik, special regional project, Grodno Live.
Добрый день, коллеги. Рада видеть вас, рада встрече.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to meet you all here. I'd like to talk a bit about the special circumstances of how the media work in Belarus, and also practically the banishment on the profession in today's situation. Our town is quite small, town of Grodno, and all the journalists are very well known, especially those who come from independent media, and of course we know all the prosecutors and all the judges and the policemen. So this is very big power in our hands, because when a journalist appears in some situation or event, basically it is a big focus on them. And why this is basically the ban on this profession. Grodno Live, our newspaper is in the process of liquidation, and our site is blocked in Belarus, and now we work on the foreign server, and our Telegram channel was been announced as extremist. That's why we created our new network. And Ruslan, one of the journalists, he got injured. He had his two hands broken, and he had to go abroad. But the main team still works in Grodno and remains in Grodno. And this is the characteristics of the regional journalism. If in Minsk, out of 2 million people, we need to find the contacts and sources who will do the comments, the photos, who will send a certain contact. It's easier than to do it in a small town like ours, because our people are very well seen, and we cannot hide behind anyone's back. And it's also important that the representatives of regional media, and especially the Grodno Live representatives, are very much in focus of our, power forces and military forces, because we are under surveillance as we are declared foreign agents, and we really are waiting and we are stressed, and we're basically unemployed, because in Belarus, if you're unemployed, you have to pay more for your utilities and certain other services. Otherwise, you'll be persecuted by the tax inspection from the side of your income. So to work somewhere else for journalists is very difficult due to this pressure from the law enforcement institutions. And for that, now we need much more strength and to have much more time. And another point is that relates to many journalists, but especially in the regions. On one hand, we are banned from working. On the other hand, we're not recognized as journalists, and many of my colleagues, which were detained during these actions or during the courts when we worked there, they said that we were as if working as journalists, and we're not really the journalists. And officially, we have to have registration from the Ministry of Information of Belarus. And a lot of independent media, especially regional media, they do not have such registration because this is expensive and technically difficult. And we decided that it was not our purpose to do it, and there are many stories from those who have done it. And this is a kind of ban on profession, and it's impossible to exist in such legal reality. Another example that shows this kind of information, this is unprotected sources of journalists, just only for comments, only for likes and reactions on publications. People are incarcerated, that people, touch the finger on the screen, they're put behind the bars. Not to mention the people who want to comment and tell their story with their names. That becomes very much difficult, and this is kind of moral burden on the journalists. Because unfortunately, we often hear today, or rather we hear that, you understand, if we tell about it, we will be the next that they will visit. And in the small towns, everybody knows everybody, and this is really very difficult. And the choice really is very difficult that everyone has to make. However, our team really, in its majority, stays in Belarus and works in Belarus. And we are concerned about what can we do in order to support this opportunity. For each journalist, we have an option for their relocation, for their evacuation, if there is a danger to their safety. Of course, we are thankful that most of our journalists have Lithuanian visas, and it's very easy to cooperate with the consulates of Lithuania in Belarus. And if there is a danger, we believe that we will make it. We will have some time for evacuation. And sometimes we receive the information that, yes, you'll be the next, or this week, that will be the turn of the media representatives, and then our journalists just get away from their homes. They work somewhere else without their mobile phones, without their computers. And this is the way that they're trying to secure themselves. And the digital hygiene, as they say today, this is important, and even, the jokes are very sad on this topic, because these are no jokes anymore. This is very sad, and our journalists are using this very stressful situation as an opportunity for themselves. We can see such examples too. And the quality of articles and the fact-checking and everything else really is very high during the last few years. And the difficulty of the situation of control really, and it's also technically difficult, and our supervisors in the law enforcement, they are the first to read our content, and then we work on the top standard. We cannot afford any mistakes or some small discrepancies, and this has raised our journalistic standards. The people who still remain in journalism, who are coming now to journalism, these are the people who work on very high quality level. Recently we had the award ceremony of the Association of Regional Press. I was reading these articles happily and saw how good those people are, how well they work, and so on. And is it possible really to work as regional journalists in the event when we will have to leave the country, all of us? And I believe that practically it is impossible, and my colleagues also understand it, and they still remain in Belarus until the last minute, until the last opportunity, and they're checking all the facts, and they're providing all the information on the ground, and that these materials still reach the audience. That tells about the trust of the people to the independent regional publications. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's even difficult to speak about that, and I continue in Lithuanian. And the next speaker is Jūratė Damulytė, who is the newly appointed head of the investigative journalism in our portal 15 Minutes. She is a very experienced Lithuanian journalist who has had a lot of different experiences in her career, so please share your experience. Thank you very much. But in the beginning, I'd like to express my big honor to my colleagues who are working here in such difficult situations when they're banned from work in their own country, and they live here as refugees. And I will talk now about the Lithuanian experiences. But in your situation, I believe it may be a big disturbing and annoying, because I understand that these measures of solidarity in our country, in the situation of democracy, yes, they're workable, but in the authoritarian regime that you have in your country, this sounds like peanuts, So we can speak also later about what kind of measures could be really workable and influential in your situation. Well, I'm a journalist who has worked for the last 13 years, who worked in the news agency Baltic News Service, and I was responsible mainly for Lithuanian news. And during those years, I had very different experiences. And yes, we really do not have any big restrictions in our democracy. However, we have certain instances of restriction of access to information or some initiatives when, for instance, like 50% of information should be positive, 50% negative, and we have had such initiatives from time to time from some of our politicians. So solidarity of the journalists within the associations, but not only in associations. I'm still not an association member, but I'm going to do that. So when we work together as leaders, as a community, it's very important because not all of us are so active and participating in such initiatives. Anyway, if we have a core of our journalists who are trying to influence, the work of journalists and to fight for their freedom. I can give you a couple of examples. We had a situation a couple of years ago. It seemed to be a quite small situation when there was a state-owned company that was administrating the state registers, data registers. They decided not to provide their data for the mass media for free. And of course, the media were very much dissatisfied with that, and the politicians were saying that he had to have better legal circumstances for that and all that. They had to prepare the law amendments and so on. And under the Prime Minister Saulius Skvernelis, they were discussing how to do it, and the Prime Minister declared that this access would be possible as soon as possible. It would be free access for journalists, and it will be open as soon as the legal amendments will be made. And then there was certain difficulties in doing that, and unofficial information provided to us also showed that the initiator of these difficulties was the Prime Minister himself, who publicly declared very different things. And the proof of the situation was the voice recording of this government meeting, and the journalists were asking for this voice recording, and the government didn't want to provide it, using different arguments, and then they destroyed the recording completely. And then the journalists' reaction was immediate. When our journalists worked in solidarity with the Federation of Journalists, and we went to court, several levels of court, and finally we reached victory in the court. However, we didn't have the opportunity to get this information because it was finally destroyed. And in fact, we saw that the politicians were able to find certain reasons not to provide such information. And then finally we stopped this practice for the future, and that was very important. Another example is very new. When a small portal opened Klaipėda for Klaipėda city, they had an initiative when they went to court against the journalist ethics inspector when the Klaipėda media allegedly provided the private data to the public. And the law of the private information protection was used as a tool not to provide the information of the businessman and his relations to other members of his family. And that was used as a pretext for that. And the Klaipėda publication went to court against this, and a court was on the side of the ethics inspector, which could actually form the precedent for the future, which meant the restriction, a really serious restriction of the journalists to access such information. And our reaction after this court decision was immediate. We accepted and approved our common notice, although the views are very different. In spite of that, our common appeal of all the journalists in the regions and the association reached the court, and then the court was actually renewed. The trial was renewed, and the process now is ongoing, and we're waiting for the final decision. And I want to say about these examples that solidarity in our country actually works as a really very important weapon against the restriction of the access to information. And it could be really an example to Belarusian journalists who work in different conditions abroad or in their own country. And I can see today that Alexander Lukashenko's regime, in terms of the refugee crisis, managed to deviate the attention of the public into different direction. And what you have been telling us about these examples against journalists, we can see that the priority today is given to the migrant crisis, not to the journalist problems. So most probably we need to work closer together, much more than before, in order to resist such deviations. When Šarūnas also mentioned the cooperation, when we work on the same topics, and we can really reveal many things when we work together in solidarity, that could be really fruitful and very much needed for our societies in order not to let such important topics to be ousted by other hybrid methods and other less important topics. So I would like to invite the topics to find such contacts and work together and do joint investigation, journalist investigations. And really, I believe that soon we'll be able to achieve better results. Thank you. Thank you, Jūratė. Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite all the members of the forum to ask the questions and participate in the discussion on this topic, which is really very much important. As we can see, not only for the Belarusian journalists, but also for the journalists in Lithuania. I'd like to also ask Mr. Ažulas about several initiatives in the parliament about these examples that were mentioned by Jūratė, about this 50-50%. What does it say about our politicians, such initiatives? What do you think? I believe that's a question of values. As it was mentioned, from legal point of view, European Human Rights Convention also states in the 10th article, it says that it cannot be restricted if it complies with certain conditions. And all the values have to be safeguarded, and this is important in the democratic society. So what they want to achieve in Lithuania, just suggesting the 50% on news. So from my experience, I can say, and the journalists here can also agree, that actually it's very rare that in our parliament somebody can say, look, we'd like to restrict now your rights and so on. And they will also have the reasons for that, very important reason to protect the children or whatever else. And then, of course, we understand very well that the media should be that mirror that could show what's going on. And the function of the media primarily is like the watchdog. This is what the International Human Rights Court is saying, that this watchdog of democracy should show every bad thing going on in the society, so that the responsible people should just wake up and do something about it. So, like 50% division, of course, is a bad thing. And we're going back to other, times when sometimes when there is nothing good happens in the state, we need to actually invent something. When people talking with someone on the street, while we find someone who is really happy that day. I'd like also to ask the Belarusian journalists about it. It was mentioned about the solidarity. I understand that the situation is very different in Belarus and in Lithuania, but how do you feel about it? About the solidarity. Is it good enough in the situation of today? Maybe Irina or Ms. Arev can elaborate on that?
Что касается санкций и того, как
kas liečia sankcijas ir tai, kaip Europos
взаимодействует ситуация
kolegos reaguoja į situaciją Baltarusijoje, tai yra iš tikrųjų labai jautru. Ir netgi regionuose mes tai jaučiame. Štai pavyzdžiui, Grodno azotas, didžiausia įmonė. Ir matome, kaip sankcijos riboja jos galimybės gauti pinigų. Žinoma, tai yra vienas iš būdų papildyti valstybės biudžetą. Ir neseniai mūsų žurnalistai tyrinėjo, ar bus pastatytas naujas azoto kompleksas, apie kurį kalbama keletą metų. Turėjo italai palaikyti, vėliau pradėta kalbėti apie Kinijos partnerius, po to ir ta situacija baigėsi. Ir mūsų žurnalistai rašė partneriams Italijoje, mėgino rasti informaciją, tačiau galų gale tik ambasada galėjo kažkaip iš toli pasakyti, kad ta partnerystė pristabdyta, kad mes lyg ir norėtume, bet dabar negalime. Ir suprasdami visą tą sąlygiškumą Europos partnerių Baltarusijos atžvilgių, kad jie turi galvoti apie savo ekonomiką ir savo žmonės, mes visgi matome, kad galbūt ir nelabai didelį judėjimą, ta prasme, bet taip pasakytume, kad jie dirba teisinga kryptimi ir net regionuose paprastiems žmonėm tai matosi, tiem, kurie dirba Baltarusijos įmonėse, o kas liečia paramą, tai mes patys tai jaučiame, netgi šios dienos susitikimas būtų neįmanomas be geros valios ir be mūsų Europos kolegų palaikymo, o žurnalistų solidarumas tai yra tiesiog pavyzdys to, kaip greitu metu galėtų atstovauti ir bendradarbiauti visos posovietinės struktūros. Aš galėčiau tik patvirtinti, kad tas solidarumas ir visos jo formos yra labai svarbus Baltarusijos žurnalistams, kaip ir tiems, kurie yra nelaisvėje, ir tiems, kurie, atsiprašau už humorą, yra laikinai laisvėje, ir įvairios formos yra labai svarbios. Ir tai yra būtent tai, ką daro mūsų viena bendruomenė, tas solidarumo išreiškimas apjungia mus ir padeda mums dirbti kartu. Taip pat norėčiau pasakyti apie informacijos veiksmų dekriminalizavimą ir absoliučiai palaikau Lietuvos kolegų pasisakymus apie būtinumą dekriminalizuoti šios dalykus ir turint galvoje žodžio laisvę. Ir žinoma, čia teisminis persekiojimas yra neįmanomas. Ir štai čia Lietuvos Seime deputatai čia turėtų žinoti, kad tokios atsakomybės neturi būti, nes Baltarusijos teisinė sistema yra labai aiškus įrodymas to, kad tokios atsakomybės neturi būti. Ir mūsų normas yra, kaip vadinama, giliai ešalonizuotos, kai paprasto žmogaus įžeidimas, pavyzdžiui, toliau išplečiamas į įžeidimą valdžios atstovo ir dar labiau baudžiama už prezidento įžeidimą ir pačios Baltarusijos Respublikos diskreditavimą. Ir šios normos dažnai buvo tokios vadinamos, tokios miegančios. Ir buvo kalbama daug apie dekriminalizaciją. Ir dabar mes matome, kad masiškai tokios normos yra taikomos. Šimtai atvejų, kad ne tik žurnalistai, bet ir paprastai žmonės už kritinius komentarus socialiniuose tinkluose yra baudžiami. Ir štai Sergejaus Gardievičiaus žurnalisto byla yra kaip parodomoji, kuris buvo nuteistas už prezidento įžeidimą ir valdžios įžeidimą. Ir iš tikrųjų prezidentas ir pora milicionierių.
Сергей Гордеевич был осужден на 1,5 года лишения свободы только за то, что он критически высказывался о Александре Лукашенко и милиционерах, которые работают в этом районе. Поэтому, уважаемые литовские коллеги, абсолютно искренне, полностью с вами необходимо добиваться декриминализации дефамации, потому что даже в лайтовом, в спящем режиме эти нормы представляют огромную угрозу.
And we can see that these norms actually present the deviation from the norms when the people are commenting against the President or the Republic of Belarus. I'd like to remind you also that Mr. Morgans also mentioned today, and coming back to this topic, that this is the solidarity not only on ad hoc basis. We can see that even the Scandinavian countries they have the national plans for the safety of journalists and solidarity. And even in democratic countries, we can see that sometimes there are mistakes being done. And also, we can see that there are bad people in such societies. And in Europe, we can also see, especially in Southern Europe, that this is also a problem. And the Belarusian colleagues also said properly that even such, sleeping danger, it also leads to self-censorship and also provides for the weakest people to be persecuted, and especially people who criticize a politician, then they're persecuted in the first place. Because sometimes the politicians try to play, so to speak, with the media, and solidarity is really needed here to make each such example public. When people criticize the politicians or people in power, we have also examples like this in Lithuania, when in the parliament there was initiative so that people could be taken to administrative court for insulting the people in power. So definitely this cannot be done like that and persecuted by these big cannons, like this example that our journalist said about Klaipėda publication. And in fact, it was a small regional problem, and then it evolved into a really big thing. And it's important that the reaction is very timely. And yes, we have not reacted in the beginning. We just thought that the courts will settle everything and solve the issue. However, of course, a small precedent could become really a basis to do big bad things in the future. So we need to react very soon, and if there are such plans, we need to do it together and find the forms and means how to help each other, and also especially to work cross-border, so that Belarusian Journalists Association, working under such difficult conditions, they need a very different kind of support, and it's really important to provide support by using different instruments, and we have to do our homework, and our Journalists Federation and our committees in the Parliament need to react and address the OSCE in order for them to use the possible instruments to provide their support for the journalist organizations. And I believe that solidarity is not just the matter of the journalists, but also for the international organizations. Thank you, Dainius, very much. And talking about the media, we need to remember about the politicians and the member of parliament, the chairman of the Committee of Economy, Mr. Starkevičius. The floor is yours. Thank you. Indeed, I'm happy to participate in this conference. And I'm happy to work together with Mr. Radzevičius, Kaskauskas, and others. And when we met last time in September, when all the news were really very hot, like they say, strike with irony, it's hot. However, the pandemic situation prevented us from having this awards ceremony. The Lozoraitis award, it's important because Lozoraitis was our president of hope. In 1990, when 1991, when we see it here on the picture, when was that very difficult situation in the country, and Lozoraitis was our president of hope, and it was a kind of continuation of our independence, and all the embassies were active in the foreign countries thanks to Mr. Lozoraitis. In the countries that did not recognize the Soviet occupation, like in the USA or in Turkey, for instance, they simply did not recognize the Soviet occupation. And our ambassadors, they were active in these countries, and Lozoraitis also was disseminating this news and he was our president of Hope. And in Kaunas, we had this first meeting with him in January. On January 18, I was participating then. And of course, the elections were free and fair, and Mr. Brazauskas was elected president, and the democratic process was going on. And many journalists were participating in this process in our independence movement, and they were disseminating these news throughout our society. So that's why we have this freedom today. And I really believe in Belarus that Belarus will eventually have their freedom. Well, you have won the elections already because we simply do not recognize the result of these results like they're recognized in Belarus. And after that, it will be really the most important thing for you. Like, when you have a different type of government in Belarus. And I remember also our support given to Ukraine when we went to Maidan, that we were the first to support Maidan with their fires burning on that square. And we were there with my friend, another member of parliament. So we had only our tricolor, with no other protection. And in fact, the tricolor of Lithuania was the one that protected us. And this is only just my opinion, my thoughts. And I was watching it, day and night. And I was watching, everything on television. In your society today, you have all these Soviet relics still preserved, like the state companies, all the kolkhoz structure and everything else. You have not done the privatization process. In the Ukraine, they made the privatization, and if you had this done, then we most probably would have this ceremony in Minsk. And what happened in Lithuania in 92, 93, we had already the first stages of privatization. In 94, about 85% of our industry were privatized. We didn't have any kolkhozes anymore. We destroyed all kolkhozes. I am a farmer myself, and the award that we'll be presenting today And this is not the Parliament award, this is from our family. This is like a symbol of, we are part of this freedom, a part of the free word. And if we look at the laureates of those writers of war, we could find really famous names that are bringing the freedom still today. Who are working perhaps in smaller publications, where the word of freedom is really needed today. And why were you not successful, in fact, in your country? We could see it, you know, in our cell phones, in our television, everywhere else. And when we were in the Ukraine, we had only one free radio station. And you know, in our independent movement, we had complete freedom of press and all media, and that's why we were able to achieve our freedom. And again, you know, we didn't have kolkhozes anymore. What is this kolkhoz? This is the slavery, and some people simply don't understand it. And I could, you know, speak for hours today. I actually was talking with Lukashenko at some point, and he was talking about the policy of a reset, that he would not like to go with Putin at the time. I was a Minister of Agriculture at that time, and our President Grybauskaitė and me, we invited him to Vilnius, and we had this discussion in the President's office. And when the President, you know, presented me like a Minister of Agriculture, so he grinned and said, Mr. President, you have big problems with agriculture. You have multiple problems with agriculture. I will say in Russian now, because that was the language we were speaking. And I said, Mr. President, can I ask you two questions? That was in the President's palace. How much milk you get from your cows and how much grain from the hectare? He said, some 3,003 tons from a hectare of grain. He said, and we are getting 7,000 tons of milk and 5 tons from 1 hectare. And my suggestion is, don't sow where it doesn't grow. And your problem is your kolkhozes. You need privatization. And don't keep the cows that do not give you enough milk. So that's the big difference. Because we have farmers, private farmers, and you have kolkhozes. And his reply was, Minister, most probably you have better statistics. And that was the end of our discussion. So perhaps I will end my speech today. Be strong. And your problem was that you didn't have the private property And your president just pressed you through all the state institutions, state companies, and state-owned kolkhozes.
Good morning, everyone. Today is a very meaningful forum, and of course we can feel joyful about it, but also sad at the same time, because for 20 years I have been working as a journalist, and I have met a lot of Belarusian journalists, and I have helped them, and I have discussed a lot of things with them, and it is very sad that they cannot work from their own country, because free journalism is impossible working inside Belarus. But at the same time, I am very happy that Lithuania and Poland are assisting them, supporting them, and they can come to our countries and live and work here. But I remember tragic interviews with journalists, women who were detained and arrested in Belarus for nothing, just for doing their job. And there was, they didn't even post or publish anything, but they were just non-biased, and they were broadcasting the truthful information. So I remember how they were tortured, how they were asked or ordered to take their clothes off, how they were persecuted, how they were violated and tortured in the worst scenarios of KGB. And it is good at least that technologies, newest technologies now let journalists from Belarus work from Lithuania, and Lithuania really supports them. And if they wouldn't be doing this job, people couldn't read about it and couldn't get all this truthful information. I know that Russian and Polish versions of our portals are also very popular, and people do read, and our Lithuanian media's Russian and Polish versions are really very popular, get very popular, because people are searching for this free speech, free media, and they want to know the truthful information so that they can focus on what is right and what is true in the world, and on non-biased information. So in Lithuania, I am very happy that we can show how we can keep the human rights, how we can keep the freedom of speech, and how we can help our colleagues and support our colleagues so that they can work from other countries, because technologies do let that, and they can disseminate that information, non-biased information that is very much needed in this world. Because if it was not for the media, we wouldn't know what is happening. And these people, these journalists, these professionals, they go and they search for information which is truthful. And Mr. Sarkevičius, thank you for Stasys Lazaraitis award. And most of the politicians criticize him, and sometimes, yes, people do not like journalists at some point, but this award hasn't been stopped, and sometimes journalists ask a lot, they are everywhere, and sometimes politicians don't like them, but democracy is very important, democratic processes are very important, and of course, I greet the Belarusian journalists that are here today with us, and it is very important that we make the conditions, favorable conditions for them to work, and it is, I think, very important to keep.
Ačiū labai. Norėčiau dar pasitarauti, ar yra iš salės, kas norėtų tarti žodį, pasisakyti,
Anybody who would like to express their opinion or ask something?
Taip, Kol kas nėra. Tai aš
Not now.
Dar
Okay.
ponas Sarkevičius.
Aš tik papildysiu, matau.
Mr. Sarkevičius, I can see that Žygis, and I wanted to thank Žygis for this, for the organization of this conference, and I think that everything is going very smoothly. And what I would like to say is that it is very easy to do it in the parliament, because you understand that to make to adopt a law in our country is not easy. It's a democratic process. We have to discuss it several times. But when we are adopting a law about IT companies coming to Lithuania, we have adopted it in 2 weeks' time. So can you imagine that what kind of understanding our parliament has about your way to freedom, about the steps that have to be taken, and we wish, we as a parliament, same as we wish your country success, we wish that you also find ways to adopt laws that are favorable for human rights. Thank you so much, and if nobody wants to ask anything and there are no questions, then we are coming to another part of our conference. But I wanted to mention, same as Mr. Morgans, that this year was for Nobel Prize for Peace for journalists, and this year is dedicated to that Peace Nobel Prize, and it is very important what Jūratė has said, that we do not forget, among other problems, migration problems, that we do not forget that the situation is terrible in Belarus, the situation of journalists and of the media and of the freedom of speech, and us, as representatives of Lithuanian journalists, we need to bring something to the table so that this knowledge of terrible situation is not overwhelmed by the hybrid war from coming of a hybrid attack also with migrants against Lithuania, Latvia and Poland. And we're not talking here about the political scale, and we're not anymore talking about journalists that are being tortured in prison and they have to flee their country, because we have a lot of other things on the agenda, but I still think that we shouldn't forget about it. And now I would like to ask Dainius Radzevičius to give us a resume of this meeting. Thank you, Ruslanas. Andrius Pustinevskas most probably will add something. I am grateful to all the colleagues who today were speaking from their heart. And I think this forum is a better format than some academic conference. Another thing that I understood is that this could be a wonderful tradition for the journalists to gather together during this day, and we have to do our homework so that after a year, when we again see each other, we can see progress and change. So the fact that together with Belarusian Journalists Association we have the collaboration agreement, and that the organization of this forum means that all the thoughts that were said here about the national safety plan for journalists and their work, this means that we can collaborate together. Also, ESBO and association will show initiative, and most probably for me and for my colleagues it's going to be left as a homework that we shouldn't forget that Lithuania and Belarus are not the periphery of Europe, but this is the part of Europe, and it's very important. And the third thing that is very important, to keep the common format when we are speaking with politicians, lawyers. It is very important for different other groups of people who depend on the decision making. And the journalists depend on the decision making both in Belarus and also in Lithuania. And of course we need best practices to be in place, and Lithuania can be the leader in this field. Thank you all colleagues that you have gathered here live and also online.
Ačiū labai, Dainiau.
Thank you, Dainius.
Ir taip pat norėčiau porą žodžių iš Andrėjaus. Ačiū.
I would like to hear several words from Andrei.
Сегодня, дорогие коллеги, много раз
Dear colleagues, today many times we have heard the word solidarity in the last session also. And I can say that if during the last 1.5 years, very difficult 1.5 years for journalism in Belarus, for civil society in Belarus, if there was anything good, it's solidarity. And solidarity is, by the way, not only solidarity inside our profession, and between the colleagues, but also journalists even forgot about the rivalry between different publications, because they were going to the protest together, they were arrested together, and they were standing in front of courts and prisons together, waiting for their colleagues to be released or to hear the court decision. So this was solidarity which was international, and we have heard it also here during this forum, and it's one more time telling us that solidarity is in there, it's in place. And also the awards that are going to be given from Lithuania to Belarusian journalists is also very important. And also this was solidarity of the society with journalists. Earlier, not even once, we have been talking, discussing and thinking, doubting this price of freedom of speech. What is the price for the society? And this year has shown us, this year after the elections has shown us that it is very valuable for the society. There were protests to support the journalists. There were banners and posters to support the journalists brought to the protest, and we have really felt this support for our profession. And also coming back to the second part, I want to say that more than 10 years ago, at some point in Belarusian Association of Journalists, we were discussing that somehow mostly we are giving awards or prizes for courage, for doing the job professionally, for heroism of the journalists, but we forget about professional work. And then this award, which is called Volna Slovo, free word, free speech, was initiated for journalists and for their professionalism. And I'm very happy that today, at the Human Rights Day, at Human Rights Day, we have the ability to award people, journalists, and our colleagues. And one more time, I'm very grateful to everyone who have been taking part in this forum, Lithuanian Seimas, Lithuanian Parliament, of course, Lithuanian Journalists Union that we have been collaborating with for 20 years now, and I hope that this collaboration is going to last for many more years ahead, and I hope that at some point we are going to be able to invite you to Belarusian Parliament building at some point in future.
Thank
you, Andrei. Thank you, colleagues, participants of this forum. I would like to invite you
žodis ir Lietuvos žurnalistų vilties laisvės premijos įteikimo
award ceremony of Belarusian Journalist Union award, which is called Free Word or Free Speech. So come to this. Those who are going to present, please come here. You will be given the floor. Yurasia Karmanova, the jury, please, you will be giving the floor. He will most probably tell us about the conditions, how we were discussing this award, and of course about the winners.
Ну что ж, коллеги, мы начинаем
Dear colleagues, we are starting the ceremony of award Вольное слово, free speech of Belarusian Journalists Association, and I would like to tell you Janka Kupala words. More than 100 years ago, in 1948, was working in the newspaper Nasha Niva, which has been closed by Belarusian government this year.
Конкурс в этом году и обычный, и
The contest this year was regular and non-regular at the same time, because now in prison there are 31 journalists. In Belarus, 2 out of 7 members of the jury are also imprisoned in Belarus. Igor Bartsinovich and Andrei Alexandrov. This year, 60 Belarusian journalists sent more than 300 journalist texts that we were looking at, and I want to say that this is one of the most representative contests in all the history of Вольное слово award, and many of our contestants were injured, beaten, imprisoned, and injured by rubber bullets. Some of them are in New York, in Vilnius, in New York, Warsaw, Batumi, Kiev, and of course those who haven't been imprisoned. And of course the most terrible situation is of those who are still in Belarus, who are imprisoned or are trying to be keep professional inside the country. All of us who are in Belarus and outside Belarus, we are all forming one media environment, and of course we are for the freedom of speech and professional standards for journalism. This is one of the strongest contests in the whole history of Вольное слово award, and the level of the texts was so high that for the jury, for the members of the jury, it was very difficult to assess and to rate them. Verification, strength, power. Texts, according to these criteria, texts are very high quality. I want to also thank the members of the jury, and due to technical reasons, due to the blockage of some media in Belarus, we had to find the text of some of them in the online, just online, but we have managed to do it, and I want to thank my colleagues, Maxim Zhvankov, Alexander Strikevich. In those texts, those texts are like a mirror, mirroring everything what was happening in Belarusian journalism in 2020, because this was a year of hope, but also a year of sadness. Tortures, killings of protestants, pandemic, coronavirus, and negation of it by Belarusian authorities, corruption in medical sphere in Belarus, also the construction of power plant and the problems of its operation. These were the main topics for the texts, and I want to say that this level of journalists, any European country would be proud of it, and the winners and the texts of the winners, the works of the winners are the answer for those who are saying that there is no journalism in Belarus. So there are 5 nominations, and there are winners in each of the nomination. There are 3 main nominations: analytics, art,
белорусской журналистики.
So we're saying that this is the heart, the soul, the blood of Lithuania. So the blood of the Belarusian journalism.
Получает Екатерина Андреева за свой репортаж на телеканале Белсат. Напомню, что Екатерина вместе с Дарьей осуждена на 2 года лишения свободы за
stream, and she has been in prison for 2 years.
Репортаж с руками за спиной, как журналистка Белсату провела 3 дня на Окрестино.
How she spent 3 days, the journalist spent 3 days in Окрестино prison. The second, Еврораdio, Pavel Sverdlov, 1.5-hour stream from protests to support Lukashenko in Komarovka. Minsk rain and meeting to support Lukashenko. And there, from this stream, from this broadcast, we have seen the supporters of Lukashenko. We have seen what is happening in Belarus after elections. And the third award, Press Club, Yulia Slutskaya, together with Alla Sharkova and Petr Slutsky, interview with Marina Zolotova, who is now imprisoned in Belarus. Marina Zolotova is saying, we have come to this profession because we are not able to just give up like that. When we were becoming journalists in Belarus, we understood what would be the working conditions, and this work has never been easy. Of course, in 2020, this problem has become huge and it has become scaled, but we wanted to become journalists because we are as we are, and we do not just give up. So these are 3 award-winning authors, journalists, Ekaterina Andreeva, Pavel Sverdlov, and Yulia Slutskaya, who have won in the nomination information genres. Next nomination is analytical genre. This is the brain of Belarusian journalism, and the first place jury is giving to Stanislav Ivashkevich, Belsat TV channel, for the cycle of investigations of those who falsified the elections or who were forced to falsify the elections, the testimonies of these people, or who were made to sign the fraudulent protocols. The colossal journalistic work has been done. Interviews with teachers, with state officials who were telling what they had to live through during the elections. The second place, Solidarность, Семен Pechenko. The text about building the first Belarusian atomic station, why it became the atomic power that you cannot use. From the start, it has been something more than just a power plant. And this is a very nice analytical text. Семен Pechenko, second place. And third one, Radio Svoboda, Ivan Sivankov. Risky games of Lukashenko with coronavirus. Why Belarusian authorities, why Belarusian president negates the existence of coronavirus and the epidemic of COVID-19. And this is what the author is thinking about it. You can read it among the texts that have been awarded. So, analytical genre.
Второе место Семен Пechenko «Солидарность» и третье место Виталий Цыганков «Радио Свобода». Третья номинация – это публицистические жанры белорусской журналистики. душа, можно сказать,
this is the soul of our profession.
И в этом году первое место занимает цикл телеканала «Белсат». Нам еще повезло. Это просто грандиозная, хочу сказать, грандиозная работа коллектива «Белсата». И премию получает как раз коллектив «Белсата». Это свидетельство пыток.
This is the testimony of torture, what has happened to people in prison. And
просто это одна из главных ключевых
it is
тем
one of the main topics in the contest works that were more than 300, and in many of the contest texts a lot has been said about the tortures, but they have the collective testimonies. So this is the first place cycle of Belsat channel. We are lucky enough. The second place, Adarya Khushtim, Project Tudba by Tudbai. And when I was reading this cycle, and the cycle is comprised of five texts, I lost my last hair because this is very metaphysical, and the cycle is written before the president's election and is called Wives of Enemies of the State. This is a cycle about the women in camps for those who are accused of treason. For example, this is the wife of Yegor, the editor of Nasha Niva, who is now imprisoned. Yegor is the member of the jury of this contest, and Daria, before elections, she has made an analogy of what is happening now. The second place in this nomination is given to Daria Khushtim, Tudbai, the project about the wives of the enemies of the state. And there are two awards, two winners at the third place this year. TV channel Belsat, Жанна Галёташ, Where's my flag?
Это получасовой, можно сказать, очерк
half an hour narrative
Нине Богинской,
about Nina Baginskaya,
которая рассказывает
who is telling us
почему она ходит на акции. Нина
why she goes to the protests.
Пожилая женщина, которая стала
She's
одной из символов белорусского
senior
протеста.
citizen who has become one of the symbols of Belarusian protest.
Третье место в
And
художественной публицистике.
The third place also goes
Журнал
to
«Имена»
journal
Малахова
Imena,
Лариса
names Larisa
с
Malachova,
абсолютно прекрасным
with a fantastic
очерком о белорусском трактористе, который начал вести свой блог.
About Belarusian truck driver who started being a blogger. And this text is
что абсолютно добавляет красок
which is again very colorful, very vivid.
Что вы сделали с моей землей,
What have you done
как
to my
тракторист стал блогером, чтобы изменить жизнь в родной деревне.
How he became
Таким образом, два текста побеждают, занимают третье место. Это Ганна Галёта, Белсат с очерком о Нине Богинской, и Малахова Лариса, журнал «Имена». Что вы сделали с моей землей? Еще одна очень важная номинация, которую Баш учреждал специально, это номинация «Журналистское расследование».
Journalist investigation.
И первое место, безусловно, в журналистских расследованиях занимает текст Tudbaya о смерти Романа Бондаренко.
On the death of Roman Bondarenko, a Belarusian protester who was killed, being 31 years old. And the test for the contest was presented by Ksenia Yunushevich, who lives in New York now. She has moved, she has relocated, and all this investigation about the death of Roman Bondarenko, was started by Katerina Borisevich, who, as you remember, was given 6 months in prison for her journalist work.
то она написала
that she has
0
written
промилле.
about
Русские власти
0
утверждали,
promille.
что в крови Бондаренко был
That
алкоголь.
because
Тем не
Belarusian
менее,
authorities were saying that Bondarenko's blood contained alcohol, but the investigation of Tudbay says that he was
В журналистском расследовании
he wasn't consuming any alcohol before. And the classical scheme of investigation is shown, the expertise, infographics in order to give the roots of those who were beating Bondarenko and how it all happened. So huge text, huge journalist investigation, and really very strong award winning text. The second place is TV channel Belsat, Archimenko Volga. This is the cycle on corruption in Belarusian medicine. 20-minute story about how the medications were bought for the medical institutions, what was the role of both doctors and politicians in this corruptive process in the Belarusian medicine. And one of the experts in this cycle is Sergei Satsuk, the main editor of the main editor who got arrested who was arrested yesterday, and he is the prisoner of consciousness. The third place, British corporation BBC, Russian edition, Tatiana Yanutsevich and Tatiana Melnichuk, a journalist of Russian of BBC. They are getting the third award, the third place in the award for the investigation on how in Belarus, how those who are how people are killed if they are sentenced to death in Belarus, and what happens to their families. This is also a fantastic story, and now the last nomination is a debut. This is the future of Belarusian journalism. The first place in the nomination debut is onliner publication Ashurkevich Tatiana. She has a text about that process has a woman's face, speaking about the protests, how they are imprisoned, and what is the role of men. Suddenly, women wearing white came to protest. They were hugging many of the special forces, and they were giving them flowers. There might be dialogue between them, but after several weeks, brutal arrests again started happening, and these women were imprisoned. These women are speaking about power, about bravery, and that we need to think about all the Belarusians as like-minded people and not. Onliner. The second place, Olga Severina, Вместе Бай. It is not comfortable to live in the society where people look at me and also children look at me. This is a problem of inclusion. And speaking about IT specialist who has lost his arms and how he is adapting in the Belarusian society. The third one is also very symbolic, Kompo Yuri, Chrysalis Mag publication. It is the story about the repressed Belarusian Belarusian artists who have been repressed in the 30s last century. And more than 100 years almost 30 years has passed, almost 100 years has passed, and the parallels are still topical now. So the winners in the last nomination debut are Šutkevich Tatiana, Online by first place, second place Olga Svirna, Vmeste by, and third place Хриstalis Mak, Vlatudin Yuri. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the participants. There are 60 participants of the contest. Also, thank you to the jury, because this was colossal work to assess all this, and I am grateful to all the Belarusian journalist society for the support, for the fact that we are together in joint effort, notwithstanding the fact where we are, either in Belarus or outside it. We are still working for the freedom of speech, and thank you, everybody.
Спасибо большое, ačiū labai, ir dabar norėčiau pakviesti pristatyti Lietuvos žurnalistų laisvės premiją.
Lithuanian Journalist Vilties Laisvė Award. I would like to ask Vytautas Kvietkauskas and Kazis Starkevičius to present this award from the Lithuanian side.
Lietuvos žurnalistai nebuvo, neliks abejingi tam, kas dedasi vos už poros valandų
do not tolerate
kelio nuo
what is happening just few hours drive from Vilnius. We have mentioned many times that at the moment 31 journalists are imprisoned in Belarus at the moment.
Skiriama Vilties Laisvės premija, profesinio mūsų solidarumo su kolegomis išraiška. Šios idėjos autorius ir mecenatas yra ūkininkas Kazys
Presenting this award, Vilties Laisvės premija, which is the award of hope and freedom, and it has been initiated by my colleague. He will talk about it afterwards. So this award is for Belarusian journalists who have built democratic processes, who have been working on solidarity, collaboration, human rights organizations, informal communities that in this or that way are related to Belarusian processes. Each year, December the 10th, Lithuanian Association of Journalists are presenting this award. Robert Gobas sculpture is being given to the journalist. 2021, December 10, Lithuanian Union of Journalists and Association of Journalists.
Andrėjus Aleksandrovas.
The journalist Andrėjus Aleksandrovas is being awarded.
2009 metais Andrėjus Aleksandrovas buvo Baltarusijos žurnalistų asociacijos pirmininko pavaduotoju. Vėliau dirbo didžiausios Baltarusijos nepriklausomos informacinės agentūros Belapan pavaduotoju.
As the deputy director, Andrėjus Aleksandrovas, in the publication Belarus magazine was the editor. Andrei Alexandrov was arrested in Minsk in January 20, and he is now in prison. And he is being accused by 3 articles, one of them for the treason of the state. So he is in Belarus in prison. So Andrei Bastonets, please take the award, or Kazys Starkevičius.
Ačiū. Iš tikrųjų, ką paminėjai.
Thank you. What you have mentioned, I want to say that this is the award of the family, and this has been ongoing for 20 years, and this idea has emerged when in Lithuania we didn't have any limitations, any obstructions, but for those journalists who haven't worked in publications, they have been doing very positive work. Maybe they were not that popular among the society, but in some groups, in some specific groups, they were very prominent. So that was the idea. And now, really, as I have mentioned, why we decided, together with the journalist union, to do it, because we are very much affected by these events. We're very sad about it, and we want to tell to the whole of the world that we're together with you and we support you. And my dream, I have a wife and 3 children and 3 grandchildren, and my dream is that I, together with children and grandchildren, come to give another award and I can do it in Minsk. This is my dream.
Andrei.
Огромное спасибо за
A great thank you for this award, and I'm very thankful and for my friend Andrei Alexandrov. I'm really happy for him, and he was the person who had this idea to give awards for quality of journalistic work, and this is such an irony that he is getting this award for his human rights work, for his professionalism, for his activities, and I am taking this award on behalf of him. Here, being in prison, wrote a poem that became quite popular in Belarus, but unfortunately I do not have the text of this poem, but just several words that when you are imprisoned, you can see, when you are looking through the cell, you do not see the cell of the prison, but you see the sky and the clouds, and I hope that very soon he will be able to see the sky without the cell and without the gates, the prison gates. Thank you so much for awarding him. One more thing.
Solidarizuojantis su Baltarusijos kalėjimuose įkalintais žurnalistais,
we are solidarizing with the journalists that are imprisoned in Belarus. The Commission gives this award to Ekaterina Borisevich, Elena Tolkachova, Tatiana Karabenkova, Ekaterina Andreeva, Daria Shultsova. This group was suggested by Belarus Journalists Association, and because of the pandemic, this award wasn't given last year, so now we are giving it to Andrei Bastonets.
О, как прекрасно!
We have one of the winners.
Пожалуйста, слово вам.
Для меня это большая честь получить эту премию, в том числе
I'm so proud to get this award,
за моих коллег,
especially for my colleagues, three of whom the winners of the last year award, three of the journalist women, Lena Tolkacheva, Katya Andreeva and Dasha Chusova, are still in prison, and Katya Borisevich, who has been imprisoned half a year for doing her job, and fortunately she is now free. Thank you so much for this award, and thank you for the support that Lithuania is giving to Belarusian journalists and all the Belarusians who are suffering from the regime.
Lietuvos žurnalistų sąjungos vertinimo komisijos vardu sveikindamas premijos laureatus, linkiu jiems tvirtybės. Suprantu, kad jūs dabar tarsite žodį, bet tada po jo kvieščiau visus bendrai fotografijai prie vėliavų, kurią padarys mūsų nacionalinių premijų laureatas Leonardas Skripsas.
Dar kartą ačiū visiems.
Thank you so much to everyone, all the participants. See you next time, and we hope that those next meetings might happen in Minsk at some point. Thank you. Good luck.
Фотографія, Дана,